functions of the people of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international human rights law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan African Parliament. So help me God. I, MP of the Pan African Parliament, hereby swear before the African people and God that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of newly designated members accredited as members of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. We can for the new members, as I invite the next speaker, may I also recognize in the chamber Ambassador Sophia Nyamudeza, Her Excellency, Zimbabwe Ambassador to Ethiopia and everything else. She's the Dean of Ambassadors from Southern Africa in Addis. May I also recognize the President of the Francophonie. This one. President of the Francophonie Assembly. He was here with us yesterday. He delivered a speech yesterday. Welcome into the chamber. I've already, I didn't know, yes. So I now invite His Excellency Ambassador George. Ambassador George Orina to come and give us a talk on budget issues within the Union. You are welcome to the podium. I want to say again, it's the first time we've had the chair of the budget committee at PRC to address Pan-African Parliament.
Your Excellency, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament. Let me mention His Excellency Miguel Cesar Domingo Bembe, the permanent representative of Angola and chairman of the Permanent Representatives Committee, who was here yesterday and gave a keynote address. Your Excellencies, members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, chairpersons of House committees and the regional caucuses, let me also mention in a special way my larger family, the delegation of Kenya to the Pan-African Parliament, led by Honorable Senator Dunstan Mngatana, we call him back home Mulamamba. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. From the outset, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, the distinguished President of the Pan-African Parliament and the leadership of this hallowed institution for the invitation extended to me to come and share with you some of my reflections on the financing of the African Union. I want to indicate here that I'm the Ambassador Permanent Representative of Kenya, and indeed I'm the chair of the committee with a long, PRC subcommittee with a long name, It's a subcommittee on general supervision and coordination of budgetary, financial, and administrative matters. It's a great honor for me to have an opportunity to share with members of this august House my reflection on the issue of financing of the African Union. And as is customary, and as a proud African, a son of Kenya, but a proud citizen of this continent, I did not come alone. I was accompanied by my lovely wife, Monica, and my sons, Neville and Jaden. Thank you. I am delighted for the honor and opportunity accorded to me to address this august House and to interact with the membership of this Parliament, who I hold in high esteem. You are all great men and women who have been specifically called at this opportune time in history to the service of our peoples and our nations. Indeed, the Pan-African Parliament, as an organ of the African Union, occupies a high position as the voice of the African people within the continental architecture. As the elected representatives of the African people in your various countries, you carry the lofty aspirations and ambitions of the current and future generations. That aspiration is for an Africa that is united, peaceful, and prosperous. PAP has a very important role to play in the realization of the principles and objectives of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the effective implementation of Agenda 2063, and in securing the place and voice of Africa in global affairs. To you all, the membership and leadership of this august House, I say, you have a historical responsibility and duty to the African people. And I'll repeat that. To you all, the members of this House, you have a historical responsibility and duty to the African people. Your continual commitment to this cause will give weight and will drive the clarion call of one Africa, one voice, even as the continent seeks to play a more constructive and assertive role in the councils and organized activities of all humankind. Mr. President, honorable members, to be an African is to have global responsibility. However, for our people to honor their global obligations and to participate effectively in today's rapidly changing world order, we must have a sound continental architecture and robust institutions that galvanize and fortify our domestic configurations for effective global engagements. Our continental institutions, structures, and overall architecture must be adaptive and sensitive to the rapidly changing and knowledgeable African demographic, both within the continent and in the diaspora. Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to underscore three measures that I consider pivotal in this regard. One, first, we must be willing and ready to finance our own priorities, and I'll speak to that at length. I have had the singular honor as Kenya's ambassador and PR to the AU to preside over the Union's 2026 budgetary preparations. As the chair of the PRC Subcommittee on General Supervision and Coordination of Budgetary, Financial, and Administrative Matters, I have had an in-depth appreciation of how the effectiveness of our union and therefore the aspirations of our people are impacted by the quality and quantum of resources that we deploy. We become only as effective as we are able and willing to fund our programs and activities and to deploy the best of our sons and daughters to implement Agenda 2063. This was a vision and commitment articulated by African leaders during the 25th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly held in the beautiful city of Johannesburg, which I believe is in the neighborhood, in 2015. You will recall, distinguished members, that during that assembly in 2015, our heads of state and government adopted the historical decision on the self-financing of the African Union. In that decision, member states committed to fund 100% of the operational budget of the AU, 75% of the programs of the Union, and 25% of the AU peace support operations. Excellencies, allow me to quote none other than His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the current Secretary General of the United Nations, who only just last month in June 2025, during the 4th Financing for Development Conference in Sevilla, Spain, stated, and I quote, "This conference," and it was a conference on financing for development, and this is what he said, "This conference is not about money. It's about investing in the future we want to build together." In financing the African Union, we must take heed to these words. It is important to reflect on this call by the UN Secretary General. When funding a common agenda, focus should lay on the long-term vision and collaborations rather than just physical implications. It may appear financially burdensome, but then again, we are investing in our collective future. And therefore, putting resources where they should be put should not be a burden. It's now 10 years since that summit held in Johannesburg, and since the adoption of that decision on AU financing. The stark reality, honorable members, is that we must face to the reality that we have fallen short of the Johannesburg financing targets. We have not realized the targets we set for ourselves. The urgency for the African Union to finance its programs and activities is also heightened by the shifting geopolitical landscape. Excellencies, yesterday, during the keynote address by the chairperson of the PRC, he did indicate the state of play that we are confronted with. The conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, coupled with emergent political developments that promote insular agenda, the residual impact of COVID-19 and other pandemics, and the resultant economic downturn have all combined to destabilize the traditional strategic partnerships that have helped us to fund our programs. Indeed, you will recall that only this June, the NATO summit held in The Hague, leaders of NATO pledged to invest 5% of their gross domestic product on defense spending. The impact of that, or the import of that, is that it will further shrink the financial resources available for peace and security and other humanitarian needs outside of the NATO zone. Basically, we are on our own. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, The state of play today sounds all too familiar. Just like during the COVID-19 pandemic, these developments across the globe have strained development and humanitarian aid flows into Africa. They have disrupted global supply chains. They have exposed vulnerable groups such as women and children in conflict. They have eroded peace-building initiative. Unfortunately, they also threaten to reverse the critical development gains made by countries in transition or undergoing post-conflict reconstruction in our continent. The issue of financing of the African Union is therefore more than just missing the Johannesburg targets on self-financing. It is an existential challenge to the continent's human and economic development and an acute threat to regional and continental peace and security. This then demands of us, as a parliament, as policymakers, as leaders, to be at the forefront in articulating a human security-based approach to financing our union and the development of our continent. A new agency is required to mobilize continental responsibility and action to finance our union. His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and also AU champion for institutional reform, spoke to this agency in February this year during the AU summit. As champion of AU institutional reform, His Excellency President Ruto proposed the convening in 2025 of a special summit on AU reforms to consider, among others, the issue of financing the African Union. In preparation for that summit, His Excellency the Champion also proposed the holding of an extraordinary joint session of the Executive Council of the African Union, composed of ministers of foreign affairs, and sitting together with ministers of finance. The big task for that joint sitting is to consider new modalities for financing of the African Union. Why do I raise this, honorable members? I raise this because we have an opportunity. You have an opportunity, honorable members of this parliament. You have a golden opportunity to contribute to this important debate on how best we can finance our union and ensure that institutions, including this august house, have the requisite resources for them to carry out their mandate as prescribed within the protocol that established the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the second issue I would like to speak to is the competing national priorities and how that impacts the financing of our union. I wish to remind us that our African Union is an organization whose membership is all developing countries. We also remain painfully aware of the reprehensible legacy of colonialism, which was characterized by wanton resource exploitation and racial subjugation of the African people. The common colonial legacy in Africa is an unfortunate societal and institutional features in our nations. The colonialists left our nations broken. These were the existential predicaments that confronted our leaders at independence. They were saddled with the heavy responsibility of nation building under the most extraordinary settings, and with the global order and international financial architecture that was wired against Africa. To date, the global system remains non-responsive to the unique circumstances of our continent. Hence, Africa's legitimate push for the reform of the international system, including the reform of the UN Security Council that His Excellency the President of this Parliament spoke to yesterday. As we applaud the progress made in Africa, indeed, we have made progress in our various countries. We are cognizant of the fact that some of the challenges from the colonial era persist to date. These are reflected in the ever-growing catalogue of domestic needs that most time outpace the national resource capabilities. The increasing resource requirements at the national level invariably impact members' ability to fund the budget of the Union. Member states are increasingly forced to navigate the delicate balance between financing of national obligations, which are present and near, versus continental commitments, which represent our common and collective agenda for development. This is the debate that my colleagues, including the distinguished Ambassador Sophie of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and who is also the Dean of the Southern Region, are confronted with on a daily basis as we discuss matters of budget at the African Union. A clear indicator of the state of affairs is the fact that the AU budget for 2026 financial year is approximately 10% of the budget that was approved for the year 2020. Excellencies, members of this House, I will repeat that the budget of the AU for 2026 is 10% lower than the budget that was approved for the AU in 2020. Member states have directly been assessed only 220 million for 2026. The assessment in 2020 was 220 million. If we take all factors into consideration, including inflation alone, it will be self-evident that we are still dealing with an austerity budget. Member states' capacity to pay has been impacted by geopolitical and other contemporary developments, coupled with growing domestic needs and constrained resource bases. Nonetheless, there is need to appreciate that our continental agenda directly contributes to our national obligations, which then calls for nuanced and intricate balancing between financing our national obligations and funding our common programs at the African Union. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, thirdly, I'd like to speak to the issue of the reality of multilateralism and how that impacts our financing of the African Union. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to quote the late Dag Hammarskjöld, a former UN Secretary General, who stated, and I quote, "The United Nations, the epitome of our multilateral institution, was created not to take mankind to heaven, but to save humankind from hell." I want to say here and now that since we are not in hell, it follows that multilateralism works. In quoting Dag Hammarskjöld, I want to speak to the pragmatic and essential role that multilateralism plays in global affairs. We are cautioned against the temptations of reverting to narrow nationalism when it comes to addressing common challenges. With the current ongoing challenges and the dilemmas of funding domestic versus continental needs, there is a growing appetite to adopt an insular approach when it comes to addressing matters of global concerns. However, from the unpleasant memories of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the recent geopolitical experiences, it's abundantly clear, ladies and gentlemen, that we have to stand together as Africans. The current global geopolitical configuration calls for us to collectively invest in our future. If we seek to successfully exploit global opportunities, this will also dovetail appropriately with the attainment of our respective national priorities. In doing so, honorable members, we shall not only be reaffirming the value of multilateralism, but we shall also be reinforcing the centrality of investing in our common future for the advancement of the welfare of our peoples. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, as an active participant in the budgetary process of our union, allow me to conclude by giving an insider's perspective. The reality of the matter is that since the convening of the 25th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union in Johannesburg in 2015, we have created many vital and significant institutions, offices, and organs within our African Union. These have attendant financial implications. The new institutions we have created since 2015 include, but not limited to, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the Africa CDC, the African Humanitarian Agency, and IMEC, to name but a few, all of which play a critical role in the attainment of Agenda 2063. The reality is that we have established these institutions, yet our funding has remained a challenge. Since 2020, we have had COVID-19. We have seen the conflicts in Eastern Europe and in the Middle East. We have seen the emergence of narrow nationalism, among other occurrences of global significance. Our economies have continued to shrink, while our union has continued to expand. It is with that realization that the Assembly established the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance to assist in the implementation of an effective budgetary process at the African Union. With the development of 9 golden rules of financial management and accountability within the AU, we have somewhat tried to close the gap in our finances through implementing austerity measures and enhancing accountability, efficiency, effectiveness in the sound management of our limited resources. Still more is needed if we have to strengthen the union's financial health to enable us better pursue our goals of a peaceful, secure, and sustainably developing continent. We must be ready to eliminate unnecessary expenditure that are not consistent nor central to the object and purpose of our union. Honorable members, we must be ready to make the difficult and uncomfortable decisions concerning the financial health of our union. As members of our national parliaments, I'd like to give you a challenge, Excellencies, if you allow me, that when we get back to our parliaments, I'd like us to be at the forefront in seeking that we enhance our funding to the African Union, because it's only then, when resources are set aside for financing our union more effectively, that we can get resources to deploy to the Pan-African Parliament so that it is able to function effectively and implement its mandate to the full. Our peoples, the sons and daughters of this continent, in whose name the AU was formed, expect nothing short of us. They expect us to do the best for our continent with regard to the implementation of Agenda 2063. I thank you for your kind attention. Shukran, muchas gracias, muito obrigado, merci, thank you. Ngiyabonga. Asanteni sana. Thank you for your kind attention.
Right, a loud round of applause. This is a rare opportunity for PAP and a first that we interact directly in this chamber with those that make decisions on the allocations of the budgetary finances of the African Union, and the chair himself has spoken. We are aware that some members may not have an opportunity to register to speak. So, ushers, you can give our usual papers to register to speak to MPs. Those who want to register can just raise up their hand. The ushers will bring a paper to you, and then we proceed accordingly. Excellency George, in this parliament, members register, and then we call out their names after registering interest to take the floor. And we start with your own from Kenya, Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. And I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the presentation by His Excellency Ambassador George Orina. It was enriching. But Your Excellency, the President, this is the only platform where we speak as Africa. This is the only place where we can express the direct feelings of the people, unlike where the heads of states meet in Addis Ababa, where they are restrained and they are more, let me just use the word restrained. But here, we are able to speak what our people feel back at home. And it is sad that our budget has continuously come down. And we know the reasons, you have articulated them very well, but we want to start by appreciating that recently we got the good news that you are able to enhance the budget to allow even this meeting to take place at this time. So, number one, what we are requesting is that the same spirit that moved you, the same spirit of our ancestors that moved you to increase that allowance should continue. That is one appeal we are making. The second appeal is to ask, maybe when you take the floor, to explain to us, given the circumstances that are difficult within the main budget of AU, we have constantly raised the issue that we want to go out and look for money to directly fund our activities as Pan-African Parliament. And then we are informed that even if we raise money, first of all, it is not encouraged. But even if we raise the money cannot be handled by the Pan-African Parliament itself. The money must be taken to AU headquarters. Why is this the case? If we take the chance and the effort to go and look for money, why can't this parliament be allowed to function independently so that we can support our programs without having to go to the African Union headquarters? I wanted to understand the logic around that. Maybe you can help us, but the general appeal is that we need to find other ways to raise money. And you should be able to help us instead of discouraging those efforts. Maybe you can explain to us to make us understand. I submit, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Mngatana. Honorable Dr. Kobotan.
Your Excellency, Chief Jarumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members,
Motion, yes.
distinguished guests,
Non, je n'ai pas de mute. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I would like to greet everyone. I've been president of parliament. I don't know whether the procedure has changed. The list which I have indicates that the first speaker was going to be Honorable Roger Nkododan. We move straight to the second. If the standing orders or the procedures have changed, then I may need to get clarification on that, because I have a list. The senator is supposed to be the second, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. You don't need to be a former president of PAP. You can put your mic, yes. You don't need to be a former president of PAP in order to know that you are the first. Just say your name was registered number one. But your name appears on the debate, on the presentation by Ambassador Bankole, not this one. I have it here. You are number one, Senator Mngatana number two, but this is on the state of governance, peace and security, not on this presentation. I thank you. So proceed, Dr. Kobosan.
thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond to the excellent presentation by His Excellency George Orina, Chairperson of the PRC Subcommittee on Budget. The financial situation at PAP may call into question the commitment of the AU in ensuring the institution's performance to perform its mandate. It calls into question the commitment of the AU in ensuring that the institution performs its critical mandate. PAP is the voice of the African people. The voice of the people is the voice of God. But as we examine the Pan-African or the PAP finances, we must do it in the context of our experiences from the national parliaments. Many African countries are currently going through economic challenges. Some have introduced austerity measures. However, we have not experienced a situation where a budget of a ministry is drastically reduced by up to 25% or even more. Our experience is that once the sitting allowance or the sitting allowances were introduced, they were never reduced or terminated. But these things happen with ease among AU organs like PAP. There must be a reason for this. At our national parliament, we have public accounts committees, PAC, which are transparent in the manner they conduct their business. They sit in public. Let us introspect and ask ourselves why whether we are prudent. Ask yourselves whether we are prudent in the manner we manage and account for our budgets. On Wednesday, the Committee on Audit and Public Accounts, CAPA, shall present the PAP financial report for debate and endorsement. Why does CAP sit in secrecy, unlike our PACs in our own countries? Your guess is as good as mine. What am I saying? I am saying, let us clean our house to enhance the integrity of our systems. Let us inspire confidence from the AU and other development partners. Today, we are supposed to start this session at 900 hours. We only started 1 hour, 25 minutes later. And yet, we want to be taken seriously. Good luck, and thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Aleta Borges, Angola.
Muito obrigada. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Greetings to all of you. I would like to start and thank the ambassador for the presentation, but I had some questions that I would like to raise. The first question is related to financing that is provided by member states. The ambassador mentioned that the contribution has been reduced. And I would like to know what measures are being taken to ensure the fulfillment of all the financial contribution of member states. And we, as African MPs, what kind of advocacy we should do in our countries? The second question is related to the implementation of the decision in Kigali in 2016 that there will be a fee of 0.2% that should be charged in all imports. Up to now, this is not being implemented. So most of the countries have not implemented this decision. From your experience, what are the obstacles and what is preventing this decision to be implemented since 2016? My last question, Mr. Ambassador, is related to the solutions that were discussed to make African Union financially autonomous. We, as MPs from member states, what do you advise us to do in terms of advocacy so that we can advocate for sustainable funding and to turn African Union budget sustainable so that it can bring us resolutions and not what you have presented to us, that this budget has been reducing and we are unable to fulfill our aspirations and our budgets dedicated to the current problems in Africa, which is education and health. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Newton Samakai.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and greetings to all members. Thank you very much, Ambassador George Orina, for the presentation. Citizens of Africa, may I preface my contribution by demystifying the belief that our circumstances, the circumstances that we find ourselves as Africa, is because of the colonial legacy. And I don't want to believe that myself, because most of our countries are 60 years old. 60 years the colonialists left us. And 60 years down the line, we cannot continue to blame the colonialists. How are they going to look at us? And it's shameful for us to be fronting this belief. It's shameful, really. We have failed to take control of our natural resources, and that is the only cause. The other cause is that we just haven't opened up amongst ourselves so that we can have intra-trade within Africa. That is what is leading to the problems that we have. The moment we open up, the moment we take resources, the control of these resources, and demand that which we deserve, our circumstances gonna change. And we better do that now. We have no time to waste. We have a lot of minerals, gold, copper, platinum, name it, timber, name it, water resources. All these are being exploited for a song by the same colonialists. Why do we continue giving them? Why do we continue giving them? The population of Africa is enough for us to promote trade amongst ourselves, and we can sustain ourselves. Mr. President, if I hear next time we continue blaming the colonialists, I will walk out, because we are not serious. I will walk out because we are not serious. Rich people blaming poor people outside the African continent. What a shame. I don't want to repeat what my brother from Kenya and Botswana have said. I think that when you are taking hostility measures, you need to be extra careful, because the measures you may take may lead to inefficiencies. And this is what you are seeing in the Pan-African Parliament, what you saw this morning, and that's what has been happening even in the past. Thank you. I really regret what is happening to my continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Roger Nkodo Dang.
Monsieur le Président, merci de me passer la parole.
Thank you for giving the floor, Mr. President. I'm sorry if I'm coming back to what happened earlier. I'd like to understand, Mr. President. I was lucky to work with Ambassador George. I think he's in Addis Ababa in the second time. an institution without memory is doomed. Mr. President, I'm here with you. You're one of the oldest MPs in the Pan-African Parliament that was developed or set up in 2004. You were one of the founding fathers, and I joined you in 2006. The issues we are raising, Mr. President, if you go back in time, our young colleagues will understand that so many things have evolved. The issue of funding of the African Union has always been an issue, a major issue, and this directly impacts the funding allocated to PAM. Today, my friend, the ambassador, said something that it's somewhat difficult for our states, and the brother from the GRDC also buttressed that our respective states paid their contributions for the travel of MPs in the parliament, which is normal. Our states were exonerated from contributions to the Pan-African Parliament, like it happens in the other institutions in the Commonwealth and so forth. In addition of taking care of delegation, the state pays some other allowances, which is not our case. I'd like to buttress what Ambassador just said, according to which the next budget will be an austerity budget, and the Pan-African Parliament will once more be impacted. You raised an issue yesterday and today. You've come back, and you need to tell our colleagues who have arrived that in the Pan-African Parliament, we had session allowances. But what we'd like to know is where has it gone to? Who is responsible for this? We are responsible. We wrote to Addis Ababa, and we told them that for political reasons, this person is using their DSA for campaigns, and that's why we were deprived. And for that to be reinstated, we need another advocacy. When we arrived here, Mr. President, you and myself, we worked in the same committee. Because we're in the same committee, the cooperation committee. I was elected first vice president. And Mr. President, you know very well that when we got here, all the MPs had diplomatic cards. So we don't have issues with visa as such. So, but who stopped this diplomatic cards from being issued? We are the ones. So today, Mr. President, when you focus on the DSA, when the ambassador tells us that the budget will be a shoestring budget, I'm wondering how we're going to tackle this issue. That's the question. That's why the history of an institution is good. In the past, this is what happened. That's what we need to tell the others. This is what we did ourselves. I still have the letter. And the people who signed that letter, they're still in the hall, who requested that DSA should be stopped. So, Mr. Ambassador, do not forget to remember that the chair of the committee came to present the budget in this parliament, and we had the opportunity to see how much had been earmarked for PAP. And if today the ambassador has told us, put us before describe the reality to us, and that we've been impacted by what's happening since 2020. I don't think the national parliaments are able to allocate resources for PAP. We have to find other ways to fund our parliament. But let us try and put what happened to us in the past and ensure that our parliament should move forward in this area. If you forget what happened, the institutional memory, then that will, our parliament is doomed. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I call upon, Senator Tony Sibans.
Your Excellency, the President, thank you for giving me the floor. And I stand to welcome and appreciate the in-depth presentation by His Excellency, George, the Chairperson. Your Excellency, the President, please allow me to categorically state that the Excellency who has just made the presentation is a good man. He's a good man and a great diplomat, Your Excellency. I'm part of the Bureau of the Finance and Monetary Affairs Committee for the Pan-African Parliament. And Your Excellency, you spent many hours, many minutes, and many sleepless nights exhausting all your energy to preside over the AU budget, which was rationalizing for all the AU organs. And I stand here because I was part of those sessions as part of the rapporteur of the Committee on Finance. I noticed and observed how you defended Pan-African Parliament budget, which is your continent, or which is your continental parliament, sorry, against a majority of your colleagues, your fellow ambassadors from other countries who were very adamant to frustrate the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. But as you presided, you defended the cause and the request for the Pan-African. Had you not been chairing, Your Excellency, we wouldn't be having this session today. And you are the reason we have this session today, Mr. President. And Your Excellency, the President, I'm addressing His Excellency, the Ambassador, that I don't know how we can further assist the Pan-African Parliament, because if you can recall, Your Excellency, the Pan-African Parliament, through the decision of the Assembly, we were encouraged to present an extraordinary supplementary budget so that Pan-African Parliament can be able to execute its statutory functions. And we put a budget, an extraordinary supplementary budget of $5.8 million, which was going to satisfy all the needs of the Pan-African Parliament for this financial year 2020-25. And we were only given $650,000. And as much as we appreciate the 650 because it enabled us to have this session, we are still sitting with a budget gap, Your Excellency. So please, I stand to request you, because you've demonstrated that you really want to support this Pan-African Parliament, that when we file our supplementary budget, ordinary supplementary budget, which is coming in the next few months, please lobby on our behalf, your fellow colleagues, to assist the Pan-African Parliament to get this adequate funding so that our missions and the Bureau can be able to do its function. Just to remind you, Your Excellency, what was submitted before you as maybe the reasons why the Pan-African Parliament is actually underwater in terms of the financial budget. We mentioned to you that the Pan-African Parliament is operating under the COVID budget, which you have acknowledged in your presentation, and we appreciate. And as a result, we have insufficient funding for biannual statutory meetings and committee meetings and plenary meetings, which is mandated by the PAR protocol. We also mentioned to you before your committee that we have inadequate funding for committees which are the engine room of Parliament, complete absence of budget allocation for the statutory supervisor of rotation of the Bureau, the lack of financial provision for participation in African Union statutory meetings, the no budget for Bureau meetings and missions, the lack of funding for Secretariat missions to support Pan-African Parliament of operations, the inadequate funding to fill critical PAP vacant positions, the no salaries or emoluments for PAP Bureau members, as it is the case in other compatible organs. We also submitted before your committee that no allowances for PAP parliamentarians is in the discharge of their duties as enjoyed by Article 10 of the PAP protocol. The omission of the PAP of the budget for translation and interpretation is a concern. The manual and proper intensive parliamentary and chamber processes is a huge concern. That is why we set at the budget of $5.8 million US, so that with that we can be able to address all these issues. We're only given $650,000 US. So we will further, Your Excellency, in the supplementary, file further these budget requests, and we further request, Your Excellency, that you assist us in that regard. Your Excellency, the President, as I conclude, I have one other concern, Your Excellency, that the AU budget calendar.
Sorry, we allow you. You are in finance.
Thank you, Excellency. I appreciate your mercy. Just 1 minute. The African Union budget calendar is given to all African Union organs. But we have a concern, mainly in the Finance Committee, that the AU budget calendar does not coincide well with the Pan-African Parliament calendar for statutory meetings. Remember that the budget started with the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee discusses with the Bureau, and it is tabled at the plenary. So if there is no plenary, the budget, it will be a challenge for it to be sent to the African Union because it must be approved by the plenary. So you find that that calendar does not coincide, and most of the time we find that we miss out because of that. If you can maybe assist us to clarify how best we can align that. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President, for giving the floor, and sorry for taking too much time.
Honorable Menyani Zulu.
Thank you, Mr. President, and for giving me this rare opportunity to contribute. Your Excellency, just want to contribute a bit on the scarce resources of our continent, Africa. I want all of us to imagine that a European continent goes into an African continent maybe 3, 4, 5 times. The population for Africa is more than the population for Europe. Africa has got all the resources we need. Your Excellency, Africa has got more doctors in every field today. We've got people with masters in every field today, just as Europe was. Now we need to ask ourselves, why is African Union struggling to raise money? Is it that the colonialists left us with a case, or it's that we've decided to case ourselves by thinking that Europeans are more intelligent than us? We need to ask ourselves why the trade between African countries is so poor comparing to African countries and the rest of the world. Your Excellency, Africa Continental Free Trade Area guided trade initiatives is not supported by a good number of countries in Africa. We need to start asking ourselves why. Why should Angola be producing oil for export, and African countries were not going to Angola to negotiate for a cheaper oil to power our vehicles and our equipment? We need to start asking ourselves, why are we taking those billions of dollars to East Africa, to Middle East, instead of giving to Nigeria and Angola, which are producing fuel? Today, we have a rich man in Nigeria who has put up a very big refinery. If we supported him as an African continent, we are getting this money out to Europe, and Europe are able to finance their parliament, European Parliament. Our countries are struggling to finance the African Union. As a result, this parliament becomes, it starts having challenges to be financed. Because as parliamentarians here, we haven't supported ourselves. We look at Europeans, Chinese, that
Ask Mr. Oroni much or many questions. We should ask ourselves what we are doing as parliamentarians to ensure that our countries pay their contributions as urgently as required. I believe that responsibility lies on members of parliament that are in this Pan-African Parliament. A small country like the Gambia can pay their contribution, but a big country like, for example, I don't know, Uganda, not Uganda, Uganda, will not be able to pay their contribution. That needs to be looked at. If the members in this House make sure when it comes to budgeting, they pin down their Ministry of Finance to ensure that the contribution is embedded in the budget. And they also ensure that they make the necessary follow-up to ensure that the payment is done to the African Union, we will not be where we are now. And we should not blame other people when we have not done our responsibility. Honorable President, you cannot expect much from the African Union in terms of finance when it is not there. All the excuses that have been expressed here, I see them as excuses. These are excuses which we must not allow. Ambassador George Orina gave us some excuses that are given to him by some countries. We have this problem, that's why we cannot pay. We have this other problem that we cannot pay. That should not be condoned here, because if we allow that, those excuses will continue. The other thing, Honorable President, is that the Union stood for principles, and those principles must be adhered to. Let's look at a country like DRC Congo. They've gone into a lot of crisis. What is the Union doing for DRC to ensure that DRC is stable? DRC has a lot of resources. They are a very rich country. They could have done much for the... Continue. If the Union had stood for DRC to ensure that the DRC is stable, the DRC can in turn also come and do something for the Union, which will ensure that the Union goes forward. Same for another country like Libya. What is the Union doing for Libya to ensure that Libya becomes stable, so that they'll be able to also do the contribution that is required? This is how it should go. If we stood for the principles that we stood for, stand for each other, we will move on and we'll pay what we should pay to the Union to ensure that the Union moves forward. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fagnon.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Excellency Ambassador George Orino, as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to thank you for the clarity of your presentation. Mr. President, dear colleagues, we were lucky since it says 17 and 18 to hold an interinstitutional meeting here in direct with the Peace and Security Council, with the Peace, Political Affairs and Security Council. Yesterday, we were also lucky to listen to Professor Miguel, the chair of the PRC, and today is the chair of the Budget Subcommittee. I adopt everything that my previous colleague said, and I'd simply like to say, to put a question. As when the African Union has an agenda, do the organs based in Addis Ababa, are they the only ones responsible for implementing this agenda? Can this agenda be implemented without the support and the important or pivotal role that the Pan-African Parliament is called upon to play in accordance with its protocol? Mr. President, the question is there. We can't continue to be hypocritical. I'm going to give you a shock therapy, because when you say in 2025 that the budget of 2027, unless I didn't understand well, will be 10% less compared to 2010, this needs to be put right, because it is not realistic at all. Does the African Union have 10-year plans? Do they have a 5-year plan? We of the Pan-African Parliament, didn't we adopt a strategic plan? All these that have been done, Agenda 2063, 10-year plan, and our strategic plan. Where is the funding plan? Where's the strategy to mobilize resources? Mr. President, dear colleagues, the time has come that we need to take the bold step, like the President Uto's proposed, that we think about or devise a strategy to mobilize resources. The Pan-African Parliament cannot be relegated to the background. You make us travel in economic class, and the and the staff traveled in business. This needs to be put to an end. This needs to come to an end. Moreover, the Pan-African Parliament needs to understand that without us, we are the link, the interface between the national parliaments, between members of the Executive Council. Each of us can talk to the Minister of Finance, Foreign Affairs. Please stop neglecting us. Stop relegating us to the background. Give us the minimum that we require for us to work and support our strategic plan. Give us the autonomy to mobilize resources. And don't put us in a tight spot. Thank you very much. We'll have time to discuss on the items of implementing Agenda 2063 and make other proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mario Texela, Cape Verde.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and a very good morning to my brothers and sisters here with me today. And I would also like to thank Ambassador George for his presentation and for the manner in which he explained to us the financial situation of the African Union. Mr. President, Africa, our continent, is facing many innumerable problems. Many committees of the Pan-African Parliament met recently, and I would just like to mention that one of the problems faced by our continent is migration, labor migration in Africa. We have thousands of brothers and sisters that travel from one country to another to find work and are not protected by the public health institutions or social security institutions, or find a suitable way of life. And that's why we developed a model law, and a very enriching model law, that can be implemented throughout the continent. But how can we disseminate that model law and continue with other initiatives in other committees unless we have the necessary funding? The funding of the African Union is a very serious issue that is of importance to all of us and requires a very firm commitment from all African governments and authorities. We have many brothers and sisters that depend on the work of the Parliament in order to ensure that their rights are assured. We have a very important role to play in supervising and monitoring, as well as preparing model laws to protect all our brothers and sisters. I would like to make several proposals, Mr. President. Firstly, strengthen the political commitment of our member states. And as concerns the Pan-African Parliament, it's important that it gives the member states greater transparency and also ensure accountability as concerns the programs, and as well all reports should be shared amongst all member states so that they can also have greater credibility within the Pan-African Parliament itself. I would also like to propose that the PAP engages more with the press in the member states, as well as the institutions of learning and academia and civil society in our member states. This would create greater pressure by our citizens when it comes to their national governments and ensure that their national governments are more committed to the parliament of their continent. These would be the proposals that I would like to make, and also I address them to our ambassador so that he can play a greater advocacy role with the African Union so that the Pan-African Parliament can also work better. Also, I would like to raise some issues in February during the executive meeting of the Executive Assembly. It was mentioned that we should restitute our funding. I'd like to know, will that be done and when will it be done? Thank you.
Translator, can you put the proper language in translation? Did he say reinstate funding?
Yes. I think it was funding, yeah. Okay, allowances. Right, sorry about that.
What did he say? What did the MP say? Can you give us the correct interpretation? Did he say funding? The Executive Council decision said reinstate funding. Did he say funding? Honorable, proceed.
Subsídios, Sr. Presidente.
Allowances. Thank you.
Madam Interpreter, please concentrate. Concentrate, otherwise you are misleading us. Your interpretation was misleading. It avoided the sweet word of allowance and just said funding. Next, take the floor, Senator Honorable Sakata, DRC Congo.
Merci, honorable président, pour la parole que vous m'accordez. Je serai bref. Les difficultés de levée de...
The challenges around fundraising at the African Union are a recurrent issue which has been discussed on many occasions. We would be tempted to wonder if African institutions are not working because there are always complaints. It seems that our attitude is to complain when we should probably be more positive. Our solutions will not come from the West, and they will not come from the Middle East, because our issues are not theirs. Our solutions must come from ourselves, taking into consideration our particular circumstances. Now, coming back to the subject at hand, for our governments to contribute efficiently, they must be pushed by our people, our respective people. But for our people to react, the African Union must play a role in their daily lives, and that creates a sort of triangle or a circle. And the organ responsible to mobilize the people is the Pan-African Parliament. However, when the executive does not respect the parliament, when the parliament cannot hold its sessions due to lack of funding, how can we expect the African Union to have the credibility it needs to raise funds with the states or with foreign partners? That calls us to ask ourselves a question. Is the African Union useful or not? Is it still relevant or not? If the answer to this question is no, it must be dissolved then. But in my personal view, when I refer to Kwame Nkrumah, Mandela, and great leaders of this continent, the African Union must continue to operate, but we need to be more bold and more independent and be more innovative in terms of looking for solutions to our issues. Thank you, Honorable President.
Next is Honorable Fantamata Njeu, the Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think my deliberation is going to be very short. It's just to remind the AU of the principles.
Just order, Honorable, there's some phone. Okay, can you attend to the phone? Thank you, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. President, Article 4 of the principle says that the participation of the African people is one of the principles in the activities of the AU. And without proper budgeting to the Pan-Africa Parliament, how can the people of Africa participate in the activities of the AU? We are the direct representatives of the people. We are elected by our people to come and represent them at the AU. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the insightful and the very bold presentation of the Honorable Commissioner, but I think the Commissioner needed to tell us why the budget of the PAP is still at the 2020 level of budgeting, when we all knew that in 2020, people held virtual meetings and they were not moving. Mr. Speaker, I have thoroughly read the appeal from the PAP to the AU, expressing the need for the budget of the Pan-Africa Parliament to be increased. And it was very noble of the Pan-Africa Parliament to send that, yet it was totally disregarded, totally ignored. And you know what that means? It means that the AU have no regard to the people of this region, yet they are being paid by African countries. What is the priority? Is it not to get to include the people of the region? Mr. President, I think we shouldn't have held this session. This session was long overdue. When they released the funds, I think we should have returned the funds and say no until they give us a proper budget for us to convene when and if we need to convene, Mr. Speaker. It is in the article of the AU that the Pan-Africa Parliament must hold 2 ordinary sessions, and if need be, extraordinary sessions. And I think the AU should respect the Constitutive Act as well as the rules of procedures of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You brought in a unique one. Return the budget back to Addis. Give us more money. Honorable Professor Margaret Kama, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. First, may I thank His Excellency George Orina, the chairperson of PRC, for his good presentation. And I observed a few things from his speech. I agree that we are only as good as the way we fund our programs. I also would like to accept the resolution of the presidents of 2015 as adopted by the presidents, that should be the driver of how we do things, that Africa must fund itself, because there are some things, if you ask a neighbor to fund you, they will fund you according to what they want. So I like that emphasis in his presentation. I also would like to agree with one of his statements that the AU has established very good institutions, and lack of funding is actually the shortcoming. And these are some of the things that we need to be discussing. He has given us a challenge that there is a golden opportunity for us to contribute to the new funding approaches, which I agree. Mr. President, I'm not going to repeat what colleagues have said. Very good contributions have come to the floor. So I'm only going to look at one thing: how the opportunity that he's challenging us on can be implemented. How members in PAP can go to their national parliaments and encourage an increase of budget to the AU. And I want to say one or two things. That for us, first, to be able to talk loudly about increasing the funding, we must talk about the performance of the AU in the current state. It is very important, therefore, and I would like to propose that the AU organs, PAP and PRC included, work together to build synergy, to avoid wastage, and to use the most efficient ways in spending the money we are currently using. Two, we must work transparently. Transparently, so that our...
Proceed.
Transparently, so that our national parliaments can actually see the value of the AUC itself. Mr. President, the role of Parliament to raise funds is okay, but unless we oversight the same funding that we are asking our national parliaments to give us, and in our rules, we have a committee that is supposed to be going through the budget that comes from the AU. Are we still going through that? If that is lacking, I would like Orina to tell us how we can discuss in the Kenyan parliament a budget that we cannot oversight. We cannot see how money was allocated for the various arms, for the various units. We cannot discuss what expenditure went where, because unless we live like other parliaments where oversight is guaranteed, it is very difficult to ask national parliaments to increase the budget. That I can tell you for free. We can only talk about increasing budgets when the AUC, the PRC is open enough to discuss the budgets with this House and allow the committee in this House. These members in this House are members also of the African Union. They are members of this continent. So for them to see the budget, why we are not allowing them to see the budget is something that has really been an issue, and I hope Orina can address this one. Why are we not able to bring the budgets, we discuss the budgets, even as they are now, and move on from here, so that we all agree on which areas must be improved, and that makes it so neat that when we go to our parliaments, we will be able to actually ask for more money to take care of certain things, because we have seen. Otherwise, now, we don't even know what should have been seen. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Mahmoud Jida.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. Allow me to thank the presenter, His Excellency George Orina, for his brilliant presentation. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate our MP colleagues who have asked a very pertinent question about the AU and Pan-African Parliament budgets. Honorable President, I would like to start with the African Union. The presenter informed us that they are looking for resources. How come? I was quite surprised to hear that. And he has sent us back to our respective national assemblies to ask those questions. Which National Assembly did not adopt a law in their own jurisdiction to enable governments to levy a specific tax in relation to the African Union? In my country, Chad, when you import, you will see on your custom form a tax levied of 2%, which is for the African Union. And I believe this is a situation in other places. So, Honorable President, my question to you is, in relation to this tax, which we have tried to collect at customs level, is it kept within the Treasury coffers, or is it transferred to the African Union? If the African Union has got a specific budget and we take that 2%, which is imposed on each country within a specific quota that Algeria or any other country can pay, South Africa, Morocco, etc., and these countries import quite a lot. They have huge populations and generate more revenue than other countries. Will they then be expected to pay the same amount as the others or not? And if ever we say Chad must pay X amount, after paying this amount, will the remaining amount collected be kept in our national coffers, or where will it go? I'm surprised when we are told that the African Union does not have a budget. We have raised awareness among our population, and everyone, we've actually raised awareness with them so that they would contribute. We've lost. So this is a requirement that everyone must adhere to. Now, let me come back to the PAP. You are here with us. Thank you very much. As President Kodo mentioned earlier, he's known you for a long time, and you've worked in Addis Ababa in the PRC. Excellency, Mr. George, I would like to turn over the screen to you. Look at the screen, please. Can you hear the vibration when I turn the screen? When was this screen purchased? And you expect the Pan-African Parliament to function. You expect us to do advocacy for fundraising. How do you expect Pan-African Parliament to function? Ever since I arrived here, I haven't seen any new investment. There haven't been a new investment in the Pan-African Parliament. The money that is allocated to the Parliament is used for salaries and other expenditures. Excellency, Ambassador, I would like to repeat what was said by President Nkodo. Per diems are being discussed. The Bureau is discussing the issue of per diems. And it is our wish that in the September session, with your permission, the MPs, we hope, will have their per diems. Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, when I was here in 2013, I was replacing a colleague who had passed away. He was the head of this institution. I'm referring to President Idriss Ndele. We used to have insurance, but today no MP in this room is insured. No MP is insured in this room. When they go to the hospital, they have to pay out of their own pocket. And sometimes they don't even have transport. And in the evening, for those who are in Mercure Hotel in Midrand, they have to find a way to go to a restaurant when they want something to eat, or try to find someone to transport them to a restaurant so that they can have a meal. How can you expect people to come? We are given money and told that we have 2 weeks and we have allowances for 10 days. You are here, Ambassador. How long are you going to be here for? If you are asked to stay 2 more days, who is going to foot the bill? We've lost Honorable. The microphone is off. So, Ambassador, I have a lot of questions to ask. But you know, my colleagues, MPs, when they speak, when they spoke, they also asked a number of other questions. And I would like to agree with one of my brother who mentioned colonization. So here we want butter. We want Africa's sovereignty. We don't want the money to stay with us, but we want their money. It's not possible. You said that Africa can be financially independent. With Zelekaf, there is hope. So, Excellency Ambassador, your austerity budget should perhaps exclude the Pan-African Parliament. Please make sure that the Pan-African Parliament plays its role effectively. There are elections. We participate in elections as observers, and the Commission calls upon us. The Security Council will call upon us to make available to them MPs for those missions, and they would pay for the transport. And that money could have been made available to the Pan-African Parliament for its missions. These are parliamentarians. Honorable Fanyu just mentioned that traveling in Africa is not like traveling in Europe. Especially in Central Africa, the situation is even worse than in West Africa or in other parts. To arrive here, we have to go through Addis Ababa or Lomé and take another plane to arrive here, or perhaps go to Paris or Dubai or even Turkey to be able to arrive here. Those are quite a number of issues. Honorable Chair, I do not want to be too long. I will stop there. Thank you very much. I'm expecting your response.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable Njida. Someone registered late. I saw the paper much later. I'll give them the floor. Honorable Sulaiman.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you all the people who participated before me. I think my intervention is going to is going to be centered on the historical background. At point in time, PAP was well funded. Along the line, the graph came down. We were short in the budget. So what led to that? Excuses were given because of COVID. But as my honorable member said, we are no more in COVID. I think we need to move forward and know that PAP cannot move without finance. And today is very important day that we have the people concerned among us here in this hall. There was a time we were talking to each other alone, but now the people concerned are here with us. Way forward, we want PAP to move. It's not time to blame each other, but the time to come together, to put the resources together, to make PAP a better PAP. We cannot just be backing, we cannot buy it. Honorable President, our annual meeting twice in a year has never been fulfilling. Members want to see to it that we meet twice annually to do what we're supposed to do. We cannot do that with this kind of budget. Honorable Speaker, we want to participate in missions and meetings. You all know that the continent is not stable, particularly Sahel. What are we doing as parliamentarians? We plan to go to Guinea-Bissau to talk with the government. For how long they don't have a parliament? We cannot go because of funding. Burkina, Guinea, and other countries are under crisis. And we have other hotspot countries that are looming into crisis. What is Pan-African Parliament doing? We are making model laws. How can we popularize these model laws? How can we take PAP to the grassroots? Many people are asking, what is PAP all about? In fact, that house is a useless house. It needs to be closed because they don't know what we are doing. So it's high time these budget allocations are available for PAP to realize what they are doing. We talk of women empowerment. We talk of the women caucus. What are they doing? We talk of youths. How many youths are dying in the sea? And not only the youths that are now venturing into this journey, even the old people now are venturing into this journey. They are leaving the continent to look for a greener pasture. When we have a greener pasture in Africa here, we cannot harness it, we cannot talk to young people. So I think we are in a better position to see that there is a need for budget allocation. We don't mean to abuse or misuse these funds. We want to use these funds to realize our dreams, our goals. Honorable members, I think PAP needs digitalization. If you look at PAP, it's the old tools that we are using all over. We need to move. So we can't move without funds. And we can't put the blame on the countries not paying their dues. As alluded by the Vice Chair, there are a lot of taxes that have been paid to AU. And remember, when the budget was high, do you understand? Some of the countries were not also paying their dues. But we cannot attribute everything to countries not paying their dues. That's why we don't have allocation. So what we need to do is the responsibility of all of us to see to it that if there are gaps in raising funds, we try to fill the gap. Or they give PAP autonomy to look for funding. Business would not be as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. I now cede the floor to Vice President Honorable Lucia Passos.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings to all vice presidents and to the ambassador and Miss Ambassador, Dean of African Union, and and all MPs present, interpreters, and the press present here. I think that today is a historical day for PAP, and this is a historical session for PAP. We did have here a workshop on peace and security, and yesterday we had the chair of COREP, and now we have the subcommittee of COREP, and we are sharing, that is sharing with MPs what African Union has for PAP currently. I would like to invite you MPs. I don't know if you can see this image to see how the budget of PAP is currently. In 2017, we had 23 million US dollars, and currently in 2025, with an extraordinary budget, we have 11 million, which is less than 50% of the budget. And my question to the ambassador is, how do you think that the parliament will operate with less than 50% of the initial budget to implement the activities, because the budget that is given to the PAP is only for costs with staff, and 90% of the PAP budget is to pay staff. So how is the PAP able to operate with this budget? Is that possible? Please let us know. We are available to be a strong parliament that represents African people and the diaspora, and we are available to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 through our supervision mandate and sensitization to member states and dissemination in the society. But with this budget, it's impossible to operate. We lost her mic. We lost the mic. In this room, we have MPs with proven experience that were part of the government in their member states, and people that were even speakers in their national parliaments and here. And in terms of capacity, we do have a highly competent parliament to implement its mandate that it's established in the protocol, and it's aligned with Agenda 2063. So we want to become a legislative parliament and not consultative. And we cannot accept that heads of state approve a protocol giving a mandate to the parliament, and the same heads of states or their ministers of foreign affairs do not present Malabo protocol for ratification. So we need to find a solution together to ratify Malabo protocol. To conclude, I would like to call for the ambassador to, in the sense that the MPs can receive up to September this year all the allowances, because this decision was taken in February and we are in the end of July. And we have the opportunity to present the additional budget, and we do have enough time to approve this request, and that all MPs can receive their allowances that is provided for in the protocol. We should not violate MPs' rights. There is no organ at AU where people are working as voluntaries. Everyone is getting their payment. Why is it that PAP is being crucified? And since 2022 up to now, we don't have any allowance, and we have been working every day for African people. So that's why I request that your commission can work so that MPs can receive their allowances that were removed in 2021. Thank you, Chair.
I give the floor I think after her, the list will be exhausted. The first Vice President, Dr. Habib.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على
de Dieu clément.
Tout d'abord, je félicite Monsieur l'ambassadeur, Monsieur Georges.
I would like to commend Ambassador George for the information that is found in the presentation. I would also like to thank him for his commitment to PAP. I can attest to the fact that he's doing his best to support PAP. But PAP needs autonomy in its decisions. The first thing I would like to say is that we need to ensure that there is available fund for PAP to be able to discharge his duties or carry out his activities. That's the only condition for PAP to be able to play its role fully in Africa. I think we need to be able to raise awareness of MPs so that they can raise funds. But for that to happen, we need to let PAP play its role, its primary role of oversight. So how can we prompt our countries to mobilize funds, whereas nobody knows how this money is being used at the level of the African Union? I think it is important for us, if we have a clear idea on what has to be done, if we have a clear idea on how funds can be mobilized and the contributions of our states, and if we are sure of the objectives which we have set, then we would be bound to support the African Union so as to be able to mobilize as much fund as possible or get as much involvement as possible at the national levels. This is an inevitable route for us to take to be able to promote Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very, very much. Two things can be observed. One, the overwhelming interest among members to debate. Some did not rise to debate because they saw that the points have already been mentioned by others. And then we did not apply the usual 3-minute rule because the issue of budget is about life and death. So we wanted to speak exhaustively. As the ambassador moves to do responses, I just want to reinforce some messages. One speaker said there are former speakers or the speakers of parliament in this chamber. In fact, not only speakers, prime ministers, former prime ministers in this chamber we have. We don't want to mention the names, but they are there. Former ministers, several. Almost half of this chamber are former ministers. And the others, very senior posts. So you are looking at people of caliber. Then I want to comment with all your competence, Ambassador. It is frustrating that when it comes to PAP, the AU is willing to violate protocols. When PAP touches on protocol, there is loud voices in the others. PAP is violating the protocol. The AU is violating the protocol because Article 10 of the Act, the protocols of PAP, says PAP members shall be paid allowances. But for now, we've gone now, this is a 60-year, no allowances. Yet, this is provided for in the protocol. Why should the Executive Council, PRC, have courage only with regard to PAP issues in violating a protocol? Sometimes when we say we want allowances, we are told, but there is no decision, permissible decision. But when something is in the protocol, what other decision are we looking for? This year in February, the Executive Council said, give them the allowances. In other cases, I have sat in those meetings. In some cases, when such a decision is made, the AU, PRC, they make sure they find the money. They implement. With respect to PAP, they will say, no, we are still. As other members have said, I think we have a problem with attitude towards PAP. Can we respect the protocol? Can we respect the decisions of the Executive Council? I now invite you and I now invite you to respond. You can come over here.
Once again, the President of this Parliament, my dear brother, my friend, Honorable Fortune Charumbira, the Bureau, and the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, let me start by saying that the issues that you have raised are pertinent, very pertinent, critical, and we have to find the answers to the questions that you have raised. Because in raising these questions, what has become so clear to me is your commitment to do that which the PAP protocol provides. You have what it takes to do that. The one impediment that has been mentioned by nearly all the speakers revolves around the issue of funding, and we must find a solution to that. Excellencies, honorable members, you will forgive me that you know our African names. I am an African, and our African names are extremely rich. So if I manage to mispronounce your name, please forgive me in advance. Honorable Senator Mgatana Mlamamba, thank you for the kind words you expressed to me, and thank you for the issues you raised. In terms of the PAP budget having going down, I agree with you. The budgets across the entire AU have gone down. I do not say that all organs or all offices are at the same level, but at least there has been some significant reduction. Let me say this, that in the last budget session that we had, we tried to do our best. We were able to get within the supplementary budget, within the reserve fund, some $650,000 to support the holding of this session. I want to inform this House, because we have to work with numbers, that when we were having the session, and when I asked about the resources that we have in the reserve fund, we were told we have 4.5 million. Honorable Tony, Honorable Lucia, and others did participate in that session, and they did make your issues very, very clear to us. And try as we could, we were working with 4.5. It's a reserve fund. We have to leave some funding available in case there are emergencies. So we had to do our level best to see what could we do. And I want to be very open, because we have to be transparent. So from the reserve fund, we could only take out 2.3 million. 2.398 million. Of this, we had a crisis situation at the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. We had a decision of the Assembly saying they were allocated 2.9 million and it's in the reserve fund. That's the Assembly telling us. But when we went to the reserve fund, if we gave 2.5 to FCFTA, then there'll be nothing to give to anybody else who has urgent needs, including PAP. We negotiated that and gave 1.2 million to the AFCFTA Secretariat, based on the decision of the Assembly. With the balance that was left, we gave 650 to PAP, 250 to the Office of Secretary of the Commission, and 298 to CEDAW. So we gave PAP the lion's share of the balance that we had. Is that enough? I'll say no from this podium. Not because I'm here, but it's the truth. It wasn't enough. Can we do more? The committee or the subcommittee that I lead has said, let's look at supplementary budget and see what is in the coffers, because we'll work on the basis of what is in the reserve fund, because supplementary budget is not new assessment on member states. It is based on what is available in the reserve fund. We'll try and see what is there. We'll work with your leadership to see what can be availed. Our commitment is this, and I speak because I know the Dean is here. Whereas I cannot promise you what the subcommittee will do, but the commitment I can make is that PAP will have an opportunity to present its case to the membership, and the membership will have an opportunity to determine how we proceed on the basis of the request of PAP. Allow me to stop there on that. Why can't PAP seek support of partners? That's a question again that was raised by Honorable Ngatana. I want to say this, that in 2015, when the Assembly met in Joburg, just down the road, one of the things they said is, we want the AU to be self-financing. And for us to be self-financing, we have to fund 100% of our program, 75% of 100% of our operational budget, 75% of our programs, and 25% of our peace support operations. To effect that, we started the Peace Fund so that we can deal with the issues of peace support operations. And for the budget, both program and operation, we implemented the 0.2 levy. I want to inform this House that regrettably, the levy that was agreed to and adopted by the Assembly in 2016 in Kigali, Rwanda, has only been implemented by 17 member states out of the 55. 17 member states are currently implementing the 0.2% levy. For the delegation from Kenya, please know that Kenya is among the 17. Actually, it was the first of the 17. As we speak, a number of countries are looking at implementing. I want to say to the delegation of Senegal that the process is very advanced, and I hope that it will be completed soon. Senegal will be number 18. Chad has implemented. I can't mention all the countries that have implemented, but only 17 so far. Senegal is on the way. The others have not implemented. I can tell you without fear of contradiction, none of the countries in the northern region have implemented. Do I want to say the same about the southern region? The same. It's the same. So, colleagues, we have work to do. But what are the reasons? There are countries that came. I was in the debate. Former President Roger said it. We were in these discussions from way back in 2016. Some countries told us, even as the decision was adopted in Kigali, they can't implement because of their obligations, WTO obligations, and their own special agreements with various countries. Yes, many countries have own bilateral or at regional level, they have special agreements. And because of that, special access agreement, they said we cannot implement, but what we will do is we will pay our dues. And I want to say that the countries of the Southern region, Central region and others, that said we will not implement, but we will pay our contributions when they are due. They have kept their word. So we do not have a challenge necessarily on member states paying their assessed contribution every year. What we have is a challenge with member states assessing themselves annually. So they pay, but they say we'll only pay 200 million. But the requirement is about 350. So that's where we have the challenge. It's not about member states paying their annual contribution. It's about member states saying, our limit for this year is 200 million. We are not being assessed much more than that. So we have a budget for 2025 that is in the region of 792 million. And of that, member states have said, we can only be assessed 200 million. We can only bring from our reserves. We have various reserves, women fund, peace fund, maintenance fund, and other funds, another 69 million. So in total, 269 that you can ascribe to member states. What does that mean? That the bulk of the rest of the resources, of 350, we are only providing, of 350 for the program budget, we are only providing 36 million, plus another 33 million. So 69 million over 350 program budget. What is that percentage? 22% this coming year. 22% of the program budget, meaning who funds the rest? International partners. But in 2015, our leaders here in Johannesburg said, we want to fund 75%. That's where the gap is. We are not funding 75% of our programs. And the budget process, I dare say, the budget process where we discuss may not lead to that. And that's why in my statement, I said the proposal of His Excellency President Ruto has been vindicated. Because if we go with this process, we are not going anywhere. So the proposal to have a special summit starting with ministers of finance and ministers of foreign affairs, sitting and saying, in 2015, 10 years ago, we agreed to fund 75%, but we are only funding 22%. How do we proceed? And therein lies the role of Pan-African Parliament. Prepare your paper, sensitize your foreign minister and your minister for finance. Say we cannot continue like this. And if we cannot continue like this, can the policy organs, because the policy organs, PRC only prepares the work for the Executive Council and the Assembly. We prepare, we make recommendations. Of course, we are advised by our leadership back in the capitals. But if there is a decision coming from the Executive Council saying, we will increase our budget on a regular basis annually, even by 2.5%, it will make a difference. If they are bold enough, they could say by 5% or by the rate of inflation. At least that will provide a window so that when the PRC subcommittee on budget sits, the cake is slightly bigger so that we can divide it and see where the needs are. Are there needs at PAP? I want to say from this podium that indeed there are. But until the cake is spread sufficiently, then we'll continue trying to maneuver with the kind of cake that we do have. Why can't PAP go to international partners? Our head said, can we reduce dependence on partners? How do we reduce dependence on partners? By paying for our programs. In subsequent decisions, a deliberate decision was adopted by the Executive Council that PAP will be fully financed by member states. That's one of the challenges that we have to deal with. We have to go back to the Assembly and say, it has proved that even with our commitment to fund PAP, we have not realized that. Is it possible for us to open a slight window to allow PAP to access funding from partners? But that decision can only be made by the policy organs, either the Executive Council or the Assembly. How can we make that decision easier? Maybe it's time that we looked at the African private sector, African philanthropists, and African continental organizations. If we were to say that continental organizations, including the Africa Development Bank, Afro-Exim Bank, and others, if we were to say we will approach this, it might be easier than to say we will go to Partners International. I'm just preferring that as an individual here, and it's something that the leadership can look at. And when we have that discussion on funding, you might want to see whether it's something you want to put forward to. PAP is the voice of the people, 100% correct. Is the EU budget process transparent? To the extent possible, yes, we provide opportunity for clarification and, for everybody to participate. All our members are members of the subcommittee, or member states are. So to the extent possible, we try to make it as transparent as can be. Let me move to Honorable Borges from Angola. Sorry if I mispronounced the name. Austerity budget. I will tell you, even in the current budget, the name austerity still appears. Should we be on an austerity budget? That's a debate that we have to have. Because indeed, even with the austerity budgets, and I dare say it here in front of you, honorable members, that there has been no negative growth in national budgets, but there has been a negative growth in the AU budget. Is that realistic? Even taking into account inflation, it's not realistic. It's not realistic. So we have to do something. I think in terms of the 0.2 levy, I've already said it. And this was a discussion on 0.2 levy. Some member states said, yes, we will collect. But if we collect 1 million and our assessment is 500,000, what do we do with the rest of the 500,000? National parliaments and national leadership said, any money collected through legislation is public funding. So it remains available to the government to determine what is done with the balance. We only extend to the AU that which we have been accessed as member states. Why is that the right position to go? Because at the end of the day, for accountability purposes, we have to know, and even for credibility purposes, we have to know how much is each member contributing, because it's based on a scale of assessment. And that scale of assessment is based on, among other things, the capacity to pay. And that capacity to pay is determined by our gross national product, GNP and GDP, or GNI, as we want to call it. So that determines how we pay. So we only submit to the AU on the basis of our assessed contribution. We are going to work on the scale of assessment in the next session, that is next year. We'll agree on another scale of assessment. But 0.2 would have been a very good instrument if then the resources were, as originally planned, put in an escrow account and only managed with the signature of both the chairperson of the AU and the Minister of Finance of the respective country. That was vacated. Now the process is for member states to continue submitting their national assessed contribution in the manner that they are assessed. Do we have solutions to make the AU autonomous? Yes, we have, especially financial autonomy. We can. We could use the ACFTA. You are legislators at the national level. You know there are instruments that we could deploy and then say on the basis of the intra-African trade, whatever growth we receive, that there will be a percentage that we'll put in an escrow account of the ACFTA, and that then is transmitted to the AU to support the AU budget. There are many instruments that we could deploy. I just want to urge us, because at the national level we have a lot of experience, and we can utilize that to see how best can we support our leadership when they meet later in this year to determine how best to finance the African Union. Honorable Samakai, the colonial legacy, the delegation of Kenya will tell you that for us, we are under the oversight of Parliament. I have absolutely no authority to respond to an issue that is best left within the purviews of our political discussion. So the issue is a political debate, and I'm sure in this house you can debate it better than an answer that I can proffer. So I'll leave it at that. Do we need to take control of our natural resources? Absolutely, absolutely. We need to take care of our resources. We need to work on the issues of value addition and beneficiation. Our leadership have talked to it. If we manage our resources better, we are richer than some of the countries that give us a few dollars. Yes, you are our leaders at the national level. We are building capacities within the AU Secretariat that can support us in terms of negotiating deals with those who buy our products. We have built capacity to support us on the issue of beneficiation and value addition. Can we take advantage of that? And you, our legislators, back at the national level, you can play a part in ensuring that we do that. My Honorable Roger, former President, thank you for the friendship of many years. Yes, we have had many things evolve, but AU is still critically not very well funded. And to the extent that we do not fund, it becomes a problem. We have Assembly Decision 1288. I want to speak to this so that I address all the issues around MPs' allowances. In February this year, the Executive Council adopted a decision directing us, the PRC, my colleague is here. We were directed to review the issue of harmonization, a decision that was adopted and that took effect in 2021. That decision effectively removed MPs from the category of AU officials who are entitled to allowances. But now the Executive Council has asked us to relook that and make a recommendation to the Council. What I can commit before you, honorable members, without overstepping my mandate, is that we will begin that discussion no later than August this year. We'll convene the subcommittee and we'll discuss we'll have a discussion on that. What I would like to urge the leadership is to give us a paper, the basis upon which we will have a discussion. So we'll have a discussion. The outcome of that is dependent on the membership. I urge you to speak to your respective delegations in Addis Ababa so that when we start that discussion, your voice can be heard through your delegations, especially your ambassadors. Senator Tony Sibanse, thank you. Thank you very much, honorable member. You said it all. We tried to do our best. There was that much you can do. And as a chair of the committee, you have to depend on the rest of the membership in terms of the outcome of that. But we did try. We know that you'll be coming with a supplementary. I have encouraged that. When the supplementary comes again, we'll have an engagement and we'll see how we can do that. But let me say one thing, that the protocol talks about 2 ordinary sessions. It is unfair for us not to have 2 ordinary sessions of this parliament. To the extent possible, we'll try to push with our colleagues to see what we have, because for supplementary, like I said, we have to go to see what is in the reserve fund and what can be availed. But my commitment is that we'll have that discussion and we'll see what we can do based on how the membership will react to the proposal that will come from you. About the AU budget calendar, Honorable Tony, I would only encourage that we abide by the calendar that takes account of everybody. So if there's something that the Finance Committee of this House can do so that it aligns with the calendar of the entire AU, that would be preferable. If you ask me, honorable members, maybe it's to get a prior approval to submit, then bring it to the House. Because as honorable members, as a committee, I'm sure in any proposal that you make, you have the best interest of the whole House. But that is something then that the leadership of this House can discuss. Honorable Lamanye Zulu. Oh, Menyane Zulu. That's what I said. I'm hearing the names for the first time. I'm sorry if I make mistakes. Intra-African trade is the way to go. I completely agree with you that many of us are not taking advantage of the intra-African trade. can we try and push our ministers for trade to see what we can do at the national level? Why do we buy from outside? I can tell you, the delegation of Kenya can tell you this for a fact, that we have a lot of coffee, that we export a lot of coffee, that a lot of coffee and tea. There are a lot of our coffees consumed here in Africa, but only when it has come back from somewhere, either Paris or elsewhere, packaged as Lipton. Yet it's coffee from Kenya that has been adulterated by other teas and then brought back as English tea, Lipton, and other teas. But we know where the source is. If we consume that tea, because tea, the only value addition in tea that leaves our markets, that leaves our countries, the only value addition is the packaging. Otherwise, tea is processed to the very end and is consumable by the time it's exported. So yes, let's look at intra-African trade. Revenue-raising mechanisms, like I said, that is the prerogative of the policy organs. If they tell us now we could approach partners, we'll definitely approach partners. If they say we can do levies, we can do levies. Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, my neighbor from at home, thank you so much, sir. Indeed, what you raised is very pertinent. In terms of allowances, we have standardized allowances. What I get when on mission traveling under the African Union is what my first secretary will get. That's a decision that has been made, union-wise. Is it something that can be looked at? Why not? It's our union. We can look at it. But as of now, that is what obtains. But it's important that when we take our leadership out, that we try to the extent possible to ensure that we do well. More funding for the AU. I agree with you that the African people will feel comfortable to provide additional funding to the African Union as a whole if the African Union is failed at home. If there is a crisis and African Union intervenes, and we know that the situation would have gotten worse had it not been for the intervention of the African Union, then people will feel there is a benefit to the African Union. We have to show tangible benefits to the African people for them to invest, because it's an investment. It's an investment. The assessment by member states to the AU budget is an investment. That investment has to start paying. Are we starving PAP to death? Again, that's a political discussion, but let me say this, that the subcommittee that I head has absolutely no intention to do this. The PRC has no intention to do this. The Executive Council has no intention to kill PAP. We have a shortage of resources. We may not have been fair to PAP. We may not have been fair to PAP. We also have not been fair to others. But there are institutions that have gone around that, and I'll give you an example of the APRM. They went around that and got, for the current year, they got about 1.1 million from Algeria to do country reviews, which we should have funded. But they got that money from one of the member states, Algeria. So to the delegation of Algeria, let me say on behalf of the committee, you made our work very easy. Thank you very much. So yes, there are opportunities that we could look at and see how that can help. We have no intention. We'll try to do the right thing to PAP. It's a process. It involves many actors, but we'll try to do the right thing to PAP, because you are established. You have a right, like all the organs of the African Union. The president keeps telling me, reminding me, that in the Constitutive Act, the Pan-African Parliament is organ number 2. And that's how highly the membership thinks about you. Honorable Taure, I think I've responded to the issue of member states paying. It's not more about paying, it's more about how much they pay. Principles, yes, we stand for principles. And indeed, yes, you are right. If AU does a lot more that African people can see, then it's possible that the resources we deploy at the AU would increase. Honorable Fanyo, do we discriminate between the organs based in Addis Ababa and the organs that are outside of Addis Ababa? I would like to say that we try not to. We try not to, but maybe the level of interaction is such that because of familiarity, then more delegations will close their eyes and say yes to those who interact with them more than those who do not. So what we have agreed with the President of the Pan-African Parliament and his bureau is that we'll increase the level of interaction between the leadership of this House and members of the PRC, so that we try to sensitize them on the needs of the Pan-African Parliament, so that when your case is brought, it's not strange to the PRC. All organs, yes, have a very important role, and I think the Pan-African Parliament has an equally very important role. Why is the AU budget going down? I'll tell you why it's going down. It's because of the Golden Rules. The Golden Rules were adopted by the F-15. And of course, they were proposed by the F-15 and adopted by our policy organs, the Executive Council. What did the policy organs say? What did the Golden Rules say? One of the Golden Rules says that where we have a budget ceiling, they establish what we call the budget ceiling. And the budget ceiling is the average of 3-year budget execution. You can imagine what that implies, that if your budget went down in 2021 and it was still down in 2022 and 23, the average of that will be used to determine the ceiling. So when we vacated the COVID measures, we did not vacate the ceiling first to say, let's look at the real needs before we introduce a ceiling. So for the current year, for 2026, we were looking at a ceiling that is composed of budget execution for 2024, because 25 is still ongoing, 23 and 22. At that point, PAP's budget was below the waters because you are not having physical meetings. It's something that I and a number of colleagues within our subcommittee have tried to sensitize other members, but the Golden Rules still are in play, and we are trying our level best to see how to vacate that, because indeed you now have physical meetings, and because of physical meetings, then the resources that you want to deploy will be slightly higher. But what are member states also saying? That within the Golden Rules, we have upped on the issues of removal of duplications, enhancing enhancing efficiencies, reducing duplications, investing in the core mandate of our institution and others. His Excellency the President tells me to explain what is the F-15, sorry, and these acronyms. The F-15 is a committee of 15 ministers of finance. 15 ministers of finance. And it was established after the Kigali decision, so it was established in 2017. The idea was that the AU budget was predominantly discussed among diplomats, and diplomats do not know money. So they brought the 15 ministers of finance to assist the Executive Council, which is our ministers of foreign affairs, in terms of determining the appropriate level of financing the budget, in terms of setting what are the best rules we could deploy when we are doing the budget process. The 15 ministers decided on their own to establish an F-15 experts team that does the preparatory work before the ministers meet. So we have an F-15 experts team. Also along the same lines of 15. What's the membership of the F-15? I can tell you that the leading contributors, those countries with the bigger GDPs, are all there. Then the rest are picked by the regions. So it's 3 per region across all the 5 regions of our continent. Just to confess, Kenya is a member of the F-15, and so is South Africa here where we are based. So those are the members of the F-15. let me continue to say that in terms of our budgeting process, yes, we have strategic plans and they should inform our resource requirements, projections for resource requirements. However, with all those projections, the AU Secretariat will work on that and present to member states. But member states will say, no, we only want to be assessed 200 million. So those plans are thrown into the dustbin and we start working on the basis of the ceiling. So if we are able to vacate that ceiling or the requirement for the ceiling, then maybe there'll be adjustment. It's not that the ceiling is bad, but a ceiling that does not move and does not recognize developments. Like if you bring on board an additional 6 entities, the ACFTA, the African Humanitarian Agency, Africa CDC, and others, if you bring them on board, it only means that you will expand. And since we have committed and we have been paying 100% of the operational budget, you will find that member states' contribution only fund the operational budget. So programs, not there. And unfortunately, for your statutory meetings, they are under programs. So there is that part. I'm not saying that the operations are up to par, but that is what happens. The honorable member from Cabo Verde, sorry, I didn't get the name. I'm terribly sorry. I'll see you after this so that I get the name. We have to take responsibility and ensure greater transparency. I couldn't agree with you more. That's what it calls for, that we are transparent, that we are responsible. When resources are put at our display, we deploy those resources in a manner that raises the confidence of member states so that they can continue to invest in this, our common agenda. Do we need to engage more with our governments? Again, the answer to that is yes, we need to engage with governments, with stakeholders to ensure that Agenda 2063 is well understood and the need for us to invest in it. Have governments committed to support PAP? The only way I can demonstrate that is the fact that the PAP protocol, including the additional protocols, Malabo and others, have been adopted by member states. It's a clear demonstration that they have a commitment to PAP. Where we have maybe a disconnect is in terms of the funding, and even there is about the funding level. And I want to believe that that's something that is achievable and doable. Honorable Sakata from the DRC, again, you spoke about the issues of funding, and I want to agree with you. The level of funding determines the performance level. So if the funding is not consistent with the requirements, then it means that it will have an impact on performance. But the best way then to overcome that so that it doesn't become cyclic is to enhance the performance so that we say, with the little that we have been given, this is the much that we have done. And that way, as the good book says, we can then demonstrate that if more is given to us, that we will even perform much better. Solutions for Africans will come from Africa. I agree with you 100%. Let me not dilute that by saying more. That governments need to be pushed in order to pay. The African people can only push their governments if they see tangible benefits from investing in the African Union and invariably in all our organs. Is the AU useful and relevant? You answered that yourself, Honorable Member, and I do believe that the AU remains relevant. I do believe in the words of Dag Hammarskjöld. He says, and I love that quote, that the UN was not created to take us to heaven, but to stop us from going to hell. We are not in hell. At times, because of the nature of multilateral institutions, including the AU, we do not get the results as fast as we wanted. So the AU will not give you an espresso. It will not give you a fast food, but it will give you a nicely cooked African meal. May take time, but when it comes to the table, you will be happy to partake of it. So the AU does not give you quick wins, it gives you comprehensive wins. So let's invest in that. So the AU remains useful and relevant. And yes, we do need innovative ways on funding. Honorable Fatamatu, or Fatamata from the Gambia. Yes, we are a rule-based organization. We have principles. They are embedded in the AU Constitutive Act. As direct representatives of the African people, you require the support from our policy organs that will enable you to execute the mandate as set out in the PAP protocol. About the budget, I think I've spoken. Indeed, the budget is low. Your requirements are more. We will adjudicate that and see what we can do. We did not fully ignore what came from PAP, and I think Honorable Tony did indicate that. We tried to the level best, but maybe our best has not been able to meet your requirements. We'll give it a second go, and I do hope that in that second go, maybe, we'll do much better. Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar, thank you again for the comments you made, all very, very pertinent and important. Yes, we are all committed to the Johannesburg targets, and yes, lack of funding or lack of appropriate funding does impact on our performance. And yes, indeed, that we have an opportunity as PAP to contribute to the discussions of our policy organs when they meet later in this year to see how best to enhance funding to the African Union. Performance, yes, we have to show performance in order for us to receive additional funding. I agree with that. Synergy, avoidance of duplication, enhancing efficiency and transparency and effectiveness in our work. Yes, that is something that our people, not just our governments, but our people are demanding at the national level, at the regional level, and at the continental level. So let's do that. The PAP role on AU budget oversight, it is in the protocol. It is an issue that has been raised at many forums, especially by the Honorable President of this Pan-African Parliament, and it's a matter that I do hope that it will be part of the issues that will be resolved when we are relooking at the rules of procedure and the standing orders of this Pan-African Parliament. It's an exercise in continuity, and I do hope that that will be resolved once the leadership and the team that was tasked to do that does that. An opportunity, yes, unless I would urge the membership to take advantage of the discussions on AU financing and contribute both from the national perspective, but also have a position paper by PAP. Honorable Mahamat Dija, AU is looking for resources. Indeed, AU does look for resources. We look for the resources from our members and also from strategic partners, including African institutions. I did speak about the 0.2 levy, and you are right. There are countries that have implemented. Chad is one of those that have implemented. Chad is a member of the F15, and Chad is a member of our subcommittee because it's a subcommittee of the whole. Indeed, there are countries that have implemented. There are those that have not. The balance from the levy, I did speak. It remains with member states. The issue of ICT at PAP, we had a very long discussion on it. We agreed that it will be funded under, because we have very many needs. So we were trying to take the ICT component of it to be funded directly from headquarters, from a special fund on maintenance, so that it doesn't eat into the resources that will be available to the Parliament. It's a discussion that we'll continue to have with the leadership of these houses. Allowances, I think I've spoken to that. We are going to start that discussion in August. I do hope that we'll have an outcome that we will then pass on to the leadership of this House. In terms of other issues, the emoluments, insurance, and others related to that, I think when we have that discussion, then we'll include that, and I want to urge the leadership to bring to our attention this. African sovereignty, we can't run away from that. Our leader spoke of that in 2015. We are not walking back. I agree with you that austerity budget is not tenable. We must move beyond the challenges that we have faced. We recognize them for how they stopped our programs, but we also have to rise above those challenges. About the continent and its interconnectivity, African integration, PAP has a significant role to play in African integration. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that for us to come to Joburg or to go to Algiers, we have to go to Europe and then get a flight to a part of our continent. I think we need to do better than that. Honorable Suleiman, again, I talked about the COVID budget, and yes, the 2 ordinary sessions, it's important they're in the protocol. We have to fund them. The issues that Honorable Suleiman raised relate all to financing, and it's something that I've spoken to. The same thing to Honorable Lucia, the Vice President of PAP. I think we had this discussion, long discussions during the budget session. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, Honorable Lucia, and indeed we'll continue this discussion when we look at the supplementary budget. Yes, the budget and resources, effective resourcing, will make you better representatives of our members, of our people, both our member states, but also our people. And I do agree with you that the capacities that you have in this House can be deployed to a lot of the work that the African Union has within the context of the protocol establishing PAP. And I want us to encourage that be looked at by the leadership. The ratification of the Malabo Protocol, I think the last discussion that was held by the Executive Council was to urge members of this parliament to see how they can work within their national parliament to ensure that those that have not ratified, those member states that have not ratified, do ratify. In terms of allowance again and the discrimination, I think the Executive Council has made a ruling on that, and will take that from August and ensure that we do not perpetuate the discrimination. The Honorable First Vice President of PAP also raised the issue about the need to ensure sufficient funding and autonomy for PAP. I think that is something that we look at. And indeed, I agree that the PAP members can support in this regard. The Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament did a summation of the very critical issues. I want to thank you for the issues that you have raised. I want to say that they are all very important issues. I want to say that it's these issues that will help us to make PAP as strong as it can be in advancing the voice of Africa to the rest of the world. I want to thank you for your kind attention. If there is any issue that I failed to touch on, forgive me. I was taking the notes as the issues were being raised. And if it's really a burning issue, I'll avail myself even beyond this session to answer to any member of this parliament. Let me say you've been very, very generous to me with your time and your attention. May God bless you. You are wonderful people, and you have a very, very good role to play. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A loud round of applause for after the presentation. Thank you very much. Ambassador, Your Excellency, the Chair of the PRC Budget Committee. In fact, you have demonstrated good and strong leadership. You know, to come and address parliamentarians, you need a bit of courage. weak leaders don't want to appear before parliamentarians. You are a strong leader. You are competent. You have the confidence in what you are doing. Those who don't have confidence, even in our national parliaments, everyone knows. Some ministers do not like to face questions in parliament because they are not competent, they have no confidence. Then there are those that will take every opportunity for questions because they know they can stand the heat. So you stood the heat, and very well. The way you responded will welcome you many times. You have shown good governance. Let's not just talk about good governance. Good governance about accountability to the people, to the leaders like you are doing. You are showing accountability. You are saying, coming here to respond to issues. So those who are in the AU who don't want to come here to respond to issues in their portfolio areas, they have no confidence. So you have stood out to be one of the best. Can we clap for that? And the way you have supported PAP, we could see you in the meetings you are chairing. Maybe half of the room is getting lost. And you are the only one who is, and a few others, understanding issues of PAP. We could see you struggling to make them understand. And we thank you for that support and for the commitment. Asante sana, you being a Swahili speaking ambassador. Asante sana. And let's give the last, but not the least, clap for him. Say, when you go back, we say in French, bon voyage, Kiswahili, safari njema. Asante sana. Can I give the clerk to make some announcements? She tried.
Honorable President, today lunch will be served at members' own cost. And then for the afternoon, the schedule of committee meetings, the schedule of committee meetings is as follows. 1, Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs, Committee Room 1, at 2:30 to, let me put it this way. The following committees will meet at from 2:30 to 4:15 p.m. Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs in Committee Room 1. Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Human Resources and Environment, Committee Room 3. Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism and Natural Resources, Committee Room 2. Then from 4:15 to 6 p.m., the following committees will meet. Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, Committee Room 3. Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability, Committee Room 2. Committee on Transport, Industry, Communication, Energy, Science, and Technology, Committee Room 1. Afternoon refreshments will be served during these committee meetings. I also would like to announce that the passport unit from Addis Ababa, from the headquarters, is now on ground and is stationed in the Parliamentary office on floor 1 of the administrative building for purposes of processing members' diplomatic passports. Thank you, President.
The House adjourns to tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Two of them. Lydia.